Hey, Isaac, can we break for lunch, or is it up to our own discretion?
It is at your discretion.
All right, okay.
You're on Central Time, right?
I am on Eastern.
You're on Eastern Time. Oh, okay.
Yeah. So, all
I'm
right.
sorry, yeah. Ohio, right.
Yeah. All right, so I'm
Yes.
going to step away, and I'll be back in a bit. And I think I only have the page 2 assignment left for the new bookings.
Yes. Let me know when you're done. I have additional challenges for you.
Got it. All right, okay.
All right. Thanks. Kevin, how are things going for you? Kevin, are you there? Oh, man. Alex, how about you? How are you doing?
I'm doing all right. I'm just getting a bit frustrated with some of the interface issues I keep encountering. Like, so moving the columns, I can't use the control arrow, so I have to click 15 times to move stuff around.
For a, is this a table records widget that you're using?
Yeah.
I see. Which one is this? Bookings one you're looking at?
Yeah, the booking one. So, like, moving the columns left and right, being able to do the control left and stuff like that, kind of just frustrating to me just because to move it over 3, I have to right-click and go through menus 3 times. And just little things like that. But slowly making progress.
Are you aware of this widget tree by any chance?
Yes, I saw that, but it doesn't talk about columns in there. Is it just as simple as dragging?
Yeah, it should be relatively simple for dragging and dropping components from, say, one cell to the other. If you want to do, mass movements, and it probably wouldn't work for you, but at least, if you're trying to do something like that, then the widget tree is very useful.
Okay. But like just moving a whole column in the table instead of just like the actual cells. Because like in that case, I need to move the header and the actual row itself.
You mean using the move column left and move column right feature here? Is that what I'm talking about? Yeah, honestly, if I run into something like that, then most likely I will probably just remove it entirely and then re-add it.
Yeah, that works too.
Right, because then I have more control over where it drops in.
Also a hotkey for moving things left and right. Control arrow direction. That'll move your columns pretty quickly.
Yeah, that's the problem, is that wasn't working for me. And I have a bit more of a developer background, so like I'm used to not using the mouse at all. So like when those little things don't work, it's difficult for me because I don't like to use the mouse.
It may be a function of using the Mac. I'm not certain of the problem there, but I can touch base with one of our guys who I've already reached out to regarding one of the other issues we were having.
Yeah, I think it has to do with that. I'm on an RDP session for this, because of the scaling issue, which I kind of figured that was what the issue was.
Right.
So thanks for following up on that. But like, so I'm on an RDP session that doesn't have that, but it definitely, there's some hotkeys that I can't use, and the control left right is one that I can't use.
Understood. My personal feeling on the matter is the easiest fix is to buy a Windows machine, but that's just my personal feeling on the matter. Just so you know, we are working on, and this is a long-term roadmap thing, we are working on the designer being more platform agnostic as opposed to just being on a Windows machine. But that's going to be some time out. That won't be this year.
Okay, cool. Yeah, no, I mean, I normally always use Windows machines. The actual only reason I use the Mac for this is I've yet to find a Windows machine that can give me the battery life and a nice screen that has a high resolution, which for development work on a laptop, the higher the resolution, the better for me.
Understood. I tend to use a very large second monitor for that very purpose because my monitor is not incredibly high resolution for my Dell. But I certainly appreciate your frustration.
Yeah, no, I'm sitting at my desk, I got two 24s and then my MacBook. I got 3 screens going here.
Excellent. So that PDF file is quite large. That's good to know.
Yeah. Also, I had another little issue that I wasn't quite sure how to, well, not really an issue, but anytime I was changing the data types, after the first one that I changed, like to bring up the menu on like the next item to change the data type, it would take somewhere in the order of 30 seconds to show the drop-down list.
Is this Alex? I'm sorry, can you repeat your question?
Yeah. So when I was doing the data model for the booking, for the booking, when I was going through and assigning the data types to my fields, the first one I would do for a given table, it would immediately show the list, and I'd be able to select my data type. But the second one and every subsequent one after that, for that table, would take like 30 seconds to show the list, in which it would just kind of block the entire interface.
Really? Have you tried, I'm guessing you've already tried to close the IDE and restarted it?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's intermittent, so like now that I'm not doing the data model stuff anymore, it's not a big issue, but like during that, it was to the point where it was just frustrating because, again, it was, on some of them it was, there's 4 or 5 that I have to go through, and so it would take 30 seconds each time.
Understood. Let me, this would be a good thing for us an issue for us to raise to our support team. Can you send me an email with the behavior?
Yeah,
Can you just describe the behavior so and I'll forward it to our support team.
Okay. And I have one other question related to that.
Okay.
There's no way to bulk assign data types or any of the properties of any of the fields, right? Because, like, I know this interface is kind of modeled off of the Visual Studio interface a bit. And so, like, normally in Visual Studio, I can go select, like, 3 or 4 different fields, and all of the common properties for it will show in the property window. And so then I can bulk assign that. So like the is mandatory, when I go into a table, I can go select all of my fields there and set is mandatory yes, and it'll set it for all of them.
I want to make sure I understand. So if we add an attribute like is mandatory here.
Yes. And then, for example, hold down like Control or Shift, and then select all the way down to phone or wherever. So like,
I see. Common properties within the property bag. I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
So
like if you go
that's not an option.
Okay.
You won't be able to do that with the common properties. But I understand what you're saying. That is actually a great option. That may even be in our ideas, in our community.
Okay. All right, cool. I'll look for it, and if not, I'll add it, because it's super handy for multiple.
Agreed. It is helpful. One thing to keep in mind that these data types can be predetermined by the namings, basically the nomenclature. So if you type in an attribute, you have an attribute such as date of birth. And hit enter. You see the data type automatically defaults to date. It will try to recall based on the name you assign. So if I add number of assignments. Or price. Each one of those has different data types, and it's not necessarily a complete workaround or a fix for that matter. But if you understand how OutSystems, the platform works, as far as assignment of attributes, then a lot of the data type assignments in the properties will get a lot easier.
Yeah, no, definitely. But like the adults and children, like that one, those two obviously don't contain sexual information. The assignment, so when I had to go
that's one of those reasons why what I'll do is I would say number of adults as opposed to just adults. It's a pain. It's kind of a pain the way they've assigned it. They're forcing you to select the data types manually. and guys, this is for everybody. When you set your entities and your attributes in your entities, please double check your data types, because those data types are going to dictate how well or how poorly the application works. As examples, as you create, edit, or show pages, especially if you do any validation or any data type checks with different functions, which you will be doing down the road, you're going to need to make sure those data types are correct. So if you haven't done so already, make sure that the dates are set right, or the data types check in and check out, should be the correct data type, adults, children, etc.
Hey, Isaac, well, we're talking kind of about naming. What about stuff like naming conventions, not just within the data, but within the interface? Like, what are best practices around that in order to make it so that if I, spend a month developing a large app and then hand it over to someone, they're not going to come hunt me down to say, what did you do?
Make sure I understand the naming if you have naming conventions for like one of these widgets or another widget on another page, is that what you're asking?
Yeah, so basically it's kind of a veiled question into how do I best make my program scalable through the use of naming conventions and reusability within that.
You know what? We have some documentation on reusable best practices, so I'll make sure I get that to you.
Okay, cool.
It's a very, very wide topic. What I would say, if you're using for instance, a table records widget or a show records widget, the best thing to do is keep your nomenclature common and established. So the naming convention of each, it doesn't really matter what the naming convention is. We recommend Pascal casing throughout for anything that you create. For, as an example, a show record widget or a table record widget or whatever it is. Just as long as things stay consistent, and well established beforehand, you really won't have a problem as far as the scalability goes. But it takes a little bit of communication.
Okay. And then
let me look for that best practices doc so you have it as well. What was your question?
Well, I was going to say, so let's talk about like the list page, because we seem to be creating several different list pages. Is there any way to kind of abstract that out another layer so that I don't have to go through and create a list page for every single table or for every single instance of a list page that I need, so that I can just say, this is the table and these are the fields and that's it? I don't have to go in and create a new screen from scratch, or do I still have to go through that process?
There are ways to abstract, and the abstraction typically is around what you might, a little different than what you're probably used to. You're probably thinking of generics and dictating data types, and that is certainly possible with OutSystems. But really, this is a little bit different type of abstraction. That is the use of blocks of content and simply reusing them as opposed to dictating data types at runtime. There's pros and cons, and part of it is how fast do you want to get something done versus how much time do you want to spend within in an abstraction layer. Let me go ahead and find. There's some documentation on this that I'm going to send you. Okay.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you.
No problem. One of the reasons I say that is within Outsystems, sometimes the time spent doing code-based abstraction takes longer than just the creation of a web block that you can then show or hide, or a series of web blocks within a dashboard.
Yeah, I can see that.
Hello.
Does somebody else have a question?
I have one query.
Okay.
While we are creating the email template, I want to use the merge fields. So how can we use in the emails?
Is this Sunil?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I guess I was having a hard time understanding you. Do you think you can type out your question in the chat?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you. Alex and actually everybody, I published some more documents on my Dropbox folder. One of them includes development best practices. There's a lot of other documents I decided to go ahead and add. One of them references a question that Vinod had around multi-tenant applications. There's some other documents, as an example, multilingual support, extensibility, et cetera, et cetera. So take a moment when you get a chance. If you want to download all of those documents, that would be fine. Or if you only want to cherry pick the ones that are more interesting to you, then that's fine as well.
Awesome. Thank you, Isaac.
You're welcome. Guys, I'm sorry, I was muted there. I apologize. I was reviewing, so you guys know, I was reviewing Jason's eSpace module, and he's at the point where he's doing some validation. And we were talking about some validation best practices with OutSystems. If you have any questions about that, please let me know. Hi, Sunil. I've got your question. Thank you for your question. I'm going to show you an answer to the question with the example that's on the screen, if that's okay. Where the requirement is to do a check of available rooms and populate a list that comes from your check based on the data that's being searched on, the check-in date, check-out, adults, and children. Okay, so, by the way, Sunil, can you hear me okay? Okay. The check available rooms button is being actually firing an AJAX submit request to that check available rooms screen action. Now the screen action, because it's AJAX, it is doing a refresh of the query, get available rooms, which has already been created within the preparation of that page. That's important to make note of. Because we're using AJAX, we're not recalling the entire page. We're not basically doing a whole page lifecycle all over again. we're only going to refresh a component of the page. And so by doing so, we refresh a query. In this case, this is an advanced query, what they call, where you can pass in your own SQL. In this case, we have a subquery, which is the reason for using the advanced query, as well as all of these different parameters. Now, what Jason has done is all of these parameters that you see here, they are being passed in from the page itself, and these are within the context of the page as this booking edit record widget. Notice that it's strongly tagged, the booking edit record, booking. In this case, it's .adults for number of adults, children for number of children, check-in date, checkout date. That's coming straight from this widget that you see here. So check-in, check-out, adults, and children. So the end result is when we run that query, we refresh that query, this will actually get us the result that we need to populate the room table. This room table is a table records widget. Notice the source record is that same query that's in the preparation. So he simply set the source record list to that preparation, and then the result of the query will populate this table record widget. So that's the reason for this check available rooms screen action. Now, the save action is another action being called from this book button that will be populated every time. There will be a button for each one of these room records. The idea is we're going to book a room and then send data. In this case, he's sending a room ID and assigning the room ID to the booking and passing that to the new page, which is an entire booking record. So, Sunil, does that help you at all? Okay, thank you. Jason, let me know when you've reached when you finished up assignment 3, okay?
I'll let you know, yeah.
That's all right on your assignment. Guys, I'm going to take a quick break. I will be right back in about 10 to 15 minutes, okay?
Hey, Isaac, if you're back, I have a question.
Yes, I'm back. Is this Vinod?
Yeah. So,
Okay. How you doing?
good. So I'm working on this new booking screen. So in the notes, it says, let me, yeah, it says create an advanced query in the preparation of the web screen with the SQL that was given, if you're looking at that PDF.
Yeah.
My question is, why do we have to pull the data of the rooms if we don't even know what dates the user is going to search for? What parameters are we going to use for the preparation?
Now that is a good question. In order to answer your question, I'm going to open up Jason's eSpace again, just because I have that as a working example.
Okay.
The reason that we have the query in the preparation is because we're going to reuse this using AJAX. And the AJAX query or the method that's being called is this check available rooms. All right, let me show you what I mean. This button here, you notice the method for the button is AJAX submit.
Right. Okay.
And in order to use a query as a source, like of a record list, it has to be in the preparation.
Okay. That's what I was struggling with. Okay.
It has to be in the preparation, but in order to call it, we have to use the refresh of that same query. So the parameters, in this case, number of adults, number of children, check and check out date, and status, most of those are being passed from the edit record widget that you see on this page here.
Right. Okay.
Did that help?
Yep, it does. Thank you.
No problem. Yep. What is the goal for this exercise? If you could try to imagine.
I mean, when you say goal of the exercise, what we're trying to accomplish here?
Well, what is the exercise? What do you think the Academy people are trying to help you learn?
The ability to, I would say, master-child relationship kind of thing going on here with the, of course,
two different widgets?
Yeah, I mean, of course, we are going to use the advanced SQL and mapping that to the structure.
Yeah, that's all important too. The one that I'm actually thinking of is utilizing basic data access from a page and utilizing AJAX. And it doesn't even say so. But this is actually a later assignment to tell this to utilize AJAX. I just say, let's use it now. But utilizing the AJAX components within OutSystems to access the data and then refresh components of a page, as opposed to the entire page.
Let me ask you this. Right now, you said we are executing the query on a preparation, right?
Yes.
We are pulling all the available rooms that meet our condition even before the screen loads, right? I guess in this scenario it's fine, but what if we are talking about some sort of in a case where there are a lot of records? Are we going to use some sort of a top limitation to make sure that the page doesn't take too long to load?
You know what? When you're writing an advanced query, generally it is recommended that you limit the number of records.
Okay.
But however, one thing I'd like to point out, if in this advanced query, if there's nothing being passed into these, then it should not return anything.
Okay.
You see that?
Right. Okay.
because there are no parameters. If I were to add as parameters the status, number of adults, number of children, checked in, checked out date, I should get data back. And that's the difference. When the page loads, you should not be seeing any data populating this list. If you are seeing data, then the query has been created incorrectly.
Got it. Okay.
So at this point, receive the booking information.
Which I confirmed did work.
So at this point, if we were to put a breakpoint here.
Yeah.
Cheers. So far back. Creating a new booking. Check it out. All right. So at the point where we book, you're saying that the booking data is available.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, it'll show in the show record on the next page. You'll be able to see it.
Here.
Interesting. Is your debugger running?
Nope. That would help, right?
Yeah.
Check out. Right. You've basically done all your
I did a day diff.
confirmation, right?
Yeah.
Children. Now, see this booking. We're at this point.
There it is.
Your booking has
Pass.
completed. Let's see.
I'm sure it's something really obvious that I'm not seeing.
coming in here, right?
Yeah, because that's how I'm populating the show.
Yeah, it is. Interesting. And you're seeing an error as a result, right?
Yeah, I'm seeing, it's trying to pass in a no room or whatever. Yeah, that's probably it.
Okay. That error.
Yeah, there it is.
That all looks fine. Up to 102. Right there too.
Is it wiping my show? I guess it's not wiping the show, but the show's taking information from booking, so
Which
which is empty.
wiped out.
Why is it wiping the booking?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Got the guest ID from, creating the guest. Yeah, just got created there. Table full of guests with no room.
Yeah, it is. That's a new one. Congratulations.
I've never seen anything like this either.
Try something different here. Let me just try something different. I know that there's this save. It's not being used. I do instead. Just add a parameter for room ID. See if that works.
Okay.
This is the one that's important.
Mm-hmm.
And that room remind me. Mind if I publish?
Go for it.
Like mine's working. Well, we can roll back if we need
Yeah.
By the way, this is normally how I do.
Yeah.
Submit, just need to redirect from the submit.
Okay.
So it should be okay. See if it shows up. Data. Confirm data, which is fine.
Good.
Go ahead and click the button now. That's a pretty point. Still clearing it out. That is wild.
Take this one back to the office.
Well, maybe you're, at least considering the circumstances, maybe your solution is a better idea.
You pull in from the database when you load this page.
Let me do one more thing. Yes, it didn't hit this breakpoint.
We started debugging after we got to this page, I think.
Oh, that's right. Am I still in debug?
Yeah. There it goes.
Well, it's not there.
Oh, it's there. Well, the show isn't populated until after the preparation anyways, right?
Correct.
So,
Try to figure out where.
where it loses it.
Yeah. going?
Still good there. That's the data.
Oh, we don't? Okay.
April 7th, 1 adult. The room ID is missing.
Because it's coming in from here to
Oh, yeah, that's right. I changed it.
Alright. And now, finish debugging, so it should have loaded the page. Taking a minute. Yeah, that is. That was a strange one. I've never.
Wait. Wait, when you changed the save, we didn't set the room ID to the actual booking record. I mean, it doesn't change the fact that the whole thing's evaporating, but
Yeah.
it would be throwing this room ID.
You mean when we do this?
Yeah, like right before that, we should set the room ID. But this should matter.
Like that?
Yeah.
But you were getting other errors before anyway.
Yeah, I know I was getting this error before, but
One other thing, let's try setting this submit. Save action, we'll simply do a redirect.
the only thing I had this on Ajax was for the error handling.
Right. We can monkey with that.
Yeah.
I mean, quite honestly, there's really no major validation.
Yeah, no, it's just
other than the
client side. So.
Publish and see what happens. Okay. Take that as an issue. Shouldn't be.
Work.
Works because it's submit.
Instead of Ajax submit.
This thing is because it's a complex data type in the parameter. Let's just double check. So we get to this point. To here. Booking data is still there.
And I do set.
Go there. There. Probably.
That is empty. Did I not set that? Oh,
Well,
right,
we did, but
we're not passing it in anymore. Same deal.
I'm not gonna.
Yeah.
Looked. And test that out. Let me know.
Sure. Yep, works fine now.
Yeah. Okay. So, the things to note when you do an HS refresh, the data from the previous node, because it's not a full life cycle,
Right.
getting wiped out.
Yeah. Okay. Good to know.
Cool. Where are you in the grand scheme of things here?
That was like the last thing in assignment 3.
Go ahead and test it out. Add a couple of bookings.
Okay.
And then you're done.
Isaac, when you have a second, I can't seem to figure out what I'm doing wrong, and I can't get this to work. So.
Okay, yeah, I'd be glad to help, Vinod. Let me open up your space.
Okay.
Is this the latest?
Now, go ahead and give it a refresh. So I know you asked me to change it to Chicago, but I'm leaving it in London because our project is going to be on responsive, and I'm testing it on my tablet here too. So for the time being.
That's up to you. I have no problem with that.
So yeah. So
Yep.
I.
Check rooms. So you click this, it does the refresh. Is that all working fine?
So I mean, I'm seeing the data in the room table, but it doesn't seem to filter based on my search for check rooms.
Let's double check that then. Now these parameters, are they, there's an easier way to do this, by the way. That's why. You have these parameters here,
Uh-huh.
and quite, excuse me, not parameters, these variables, and quite honestly, you don't need them. Let me show you why. I'm not going to publish anything unless you really want me to. What I'm going to do is I'm going to remove these.
Okay.
Now there's a reason why. This edit record widget that you're using, everything within this edit record is a strongly typed variable. So notice the variable here, set for adult.
Okay, got it.
Unit.record.booking.adult. That's what you want to use within your query here. Instead of check-in being this,
Right.
you'll simply use open the expression editor, widgets, booking edit, booking, check-in.
Got it. Okay. I am going to do that now. I understood now. Okay.
That filtering problem you're having should go away once you fix that.
Got it. Okay. Thanks.
No problem. Does that make sense? Have you read that already?
I gave it a quick glance. Could probably use a little more of an explanation now.
That's fine. And this is a two-man job. Because one person is going to have to write this stuff. Somebody else is going to have to write something to test it.
All right.
So you will have to work with one other person, and I've selected Vinon
Okay.
for you to work directly with.
Cool.
So first things first, I would ask you to, you guys connect using maybe Skype or email, or probably an instant messenger is best.
Okay.
If you could for this exercise.
Sure.
He doesn't know that he's been selected for you.
Figured.
And Vinod, are you listening?
I heard my name and my ears.
Yes. I have a special challenge, and I'm asking you and Jason to team up. So can you two please coordinate a means by which you can communicate alternately? I don't mind you talking on the phone, but I need to also use it quite a bit for helping the others.
Okay.
The task is actually, in this case, it's a two-man set of tasks. Jason is going to be writing a service layer, and you're going to be writing the module that consumes that service layer. And then again, and this is another thing I'm going to potentially ask Alex and Kevin to work on also, but at least for the time being, I would like for you guys, when you're finished with your assignment to Vinon, let me know. So, because he's got a few things, Jason's got a few things that he needs to do. He needs to go ahead and get started on before your part begins.
Okay.
So, Jason, take the lead.
So in terms of services, and I think we haven't gone that far. Do you think it's something that I'll be able to do?
I think so. And this is part of the challenge, is picking up something relatively new. In fact, your task is not to write the services. Your task will be to consume the services that Jason writes.
Okay.
But again, it is a fairly this is a little bit more of an advanced task, so it is intended that you'll run occasionally into blockers, and that's why I'm here.
Got it. Okay.
In fact, Vinod, go ahead and continue with the assignment for Chapter 6 and then the assignment 3. And Jason's going to reach out to you in order to for you guys to have some collaboration, so somewhat off the WebEx grid.
Okay.
Okay, Alex and Kevin, are you guys there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Excellent. I do have the same task. All right, thanks, Kevin. I do have a similar task intended for you guys as well. I would like it if you could finish assignment 3 before I have you begin with it, if that's all right.
Okay.
Okay.
We'll talk about that in more detail. I'll talk about that with you guys in a little more detail once you've finished with Chapter 6 and Assignment 3.
Okay.
Thanks. Sunil and Sudhakar, the same. I have the same intentions for you two. As you guys are working together, it makes sense for you guys to do this assignment as well. Vinod, by the way, I did upload a document. I'm not sure if you were on when I was speaking of it, but there's some documentation on multi-tenancy that was part of your question for the parking lot. Have you already taken a look at that? Have you seen that from my Dropbox?
Oh, so that will, okay. I will have to give you a different mail ID for that. Let me send you that.
Yeah, please do.
All right, I just pinged you my private email address that I use for Dropbox.
Okay, great. Let me go ahead and place that on my. I've got a whole slew of architectural documents out there. Documents, excuse me, for you to access and download. Some of those are around multi-tenancy.
Perfect, thank you.
You're welcome. No problem. Hi, Sunil, I've got your question. Which e-space am I looking at? Is it booking Sudakar? Okay. All right, looks like I have one here. Now, in the booking page, we have a list of bookings from which we are linking to our booking new page. So we have this link here. And from here, we'll be searching for available rooms based on some parameters. Within this widget, we have check-in, check-out, adults, and children. What we want to do is run this check to see how many rooms are available based on this data, right? Okay, so the current button, probably we don't want to load the current page. Instead, we want to use Ajax to show what data comes in here. But within the preparation, we're basically calling this query, which all of that, everything there looks to be fine except for this. We just need to do a check against a different status. This would be the canceled status. So instead of going through the room table, we would just select the entities, because this is a static entity. It would be status.canceled. And it looks like we have a data type that's incorrect. Let's double check this as well. So canceled status. This data type shouldn't be Boolean, by the way. This should be that status ID. So let's set that really quickly as well. All right, that was good. So this query, you copied and pasted from the query that was put in the workbook. And so we have this some data here, and then we have a subquery that's showing me data. Now, out of curiosity, I'm just wondering why you decided to set output structures for status, booking, and guest. Because honestly, we only need the structure for room data because we're selecting room.star. Did you guys have any, Selena or Sudokar, did you guys have any other reasoning for adding these other structures? Okay, I will. For now, I'll just remove them. Okay, so this we don't need any source record, by the way. We're not populating any data, so we don't need a source record in that edit record widget. Just so you are aware. Because remember, these are coming in blank. If we don't want them to be blank, then we would populate a source record. So we'll just remove that. Now what we can do is we can change this check available rooms button so that instead of calling the page, we're going to call a different method. So what I'll do is I'm going to make this an Ajax submit for now, and then we'll add a new screen action. This creates a new method here called check available rooms. And because it's Ajax, I have to decide which components of the page I'm going to refresh. Right? Notice there is a room table records, and this is what I'm going to refresh based on the query that's in this preparation. So I have two things that I have to refresh. I need to refresh the query, so I can use this refresh query widget. So we'll refresh that widget, and then we will also refresh the component on the page with the data that has changed. We'll use an AJAX refresh, and here I can decide to select the room table in order to refresh that. Is that making sense, guys? The result should be, when I click this check available rooms, I should see the data from the query that I'm calling, or really more accurately recalling with this refresh, from the preparation. Now, just so you know, this query does have to be in the preparation. Otherwise, you would not be able to access it from here as a source record list. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and publish this pseudocar, and let's just test it and see if it works. All right. New booking. Still have no items to show here. So check. We're still not getting any data back, so let's check a couple of things. Let's get available rooms, which is right. All right, so we are getting some data, it appears. I see the problem. Problem is in the parameter being passed in for this number of adults. Shouldn't be coming from the room table. It should be coming from this booking edit widget, which is what we'll be punching in the data for. So let me just remove this. Okay, this should work now. Let's double check this. Let me publish this one more time. Refresh our booking new page. There we go. Now we have some data. As a result, if we change this to be 2, and then this would be also 2. Okay, that looks to be working. So, Sudhakar and Sunil, guys, does that make sense what I've changed? So, okay, let me know if there are further questions. Otherwise, your next task will be to book that room. Okay, guys. Thanks. You're welcome.
Isaac, I have another question.
Sure.
So for this, right, in the advanced query, if I were to choose the structure, it seems to be having an issue, but it is okay if I chose the entity. So my question is, do we choose?
That's a very good question. I understand your question already.
Okay.
So, were you thinking of using this one?
Yep.
Now, here's the thing. You could use this one. Can everybody hear me?
Yeah.
I'm not muted. I think somebody's having some trouble.
No, I can hear.
Okay. Now, here's the reason why it doesn't work. You notice that this room structure only has 4 attributes, whereas this one has 5.
Oh, so it takes into consideration the ID field?
That, when you do if you wanted to select, you wanted to change the structure from room entity to use cell rooms, then you would either need to add the ID to this one, right? So the ID.
Got it. Okay.
It would need to be in the set order.
Got it.
And then you could use Excel rooms. Now here's the thing. This is actually a great question, and it's something I intended to talk about a little bit more. You can query anything you want using this advanced query. But you have to assign it to a structure, and the attribute order must be the same order as your selection. So if you were to select room.star, then it probably makes sense to use the same entity like what you see because it's in the same order. But if you were to select room.children's capacity, I'm not going to publish this for now, don't worry. You know, adult capacity and room.children's capacity, just like this, then we will have to create another structure that only has these 2 attributes and, you know, the corresponding data type for those attributes, which in this case these are both integer. Otherwise, you'll get an error. You know, or even worse, you won't get an error, you'll just have missing data.
Yeah, that's what I was seeing. So I thought it had something to do with the status. I pulled it out, and I finally figured I had to use the entity and not the structure. Yeah, okay. Yep.
Right. So I won't publish these changes, but hopefully that helps.
Yep, it does. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hey, Isaac, it's Alex. I have another question for you.
Sure.
In kind of going through some of the validation logic and the logic trees behind the actions, is there an easy way to, like, let's say I've got a relatively complicated logic tree and I need to add something in there? Do I have to remap my logic to point to that new thing that I've added? So, for example, going back, I think, to 6.2, Or actually on 6.2 when we added the second validation in there to say that the price has to be greater than 0, and that I mentioned that it's a really common mistake to not move the action completed from the first validation to target the second validation action instead of just going to the last item. Is there any way that you can do that so that you don't have to remap that?
I'm sorry, you know what? I'm getting a lot of external noise here. Let me shut the door.
Okay.
I caught most of your question except the very last part. Can you repeat the last part again?
Yeah, the last part is just, is there a way that when you drag in some new validation that you say that this is before all of this instead of it happens independently of any other validation? So when I drag in a new conditional, for example, can I drop it on the last item that I had so that then everything points to it instead of pointing to the last item?
Okay, I think I understand your question. Let me,
Yeah.
this is specifically around validation, is that right?
Yeah, well, just in general around some of these logic trees, not just validation, but kind of more of a generic question about on the.
Let me open up an example.
Yeah. So let's say you needed to add another conditional after the first one there that says booking edit record, the check-in greater than something true.
Mm-hmm.
And you see how they assign on that when it's true, it assigns something and then it goes to the next one. And what if I needed to insert something between there so that before that next conditional happens,
Mm-hmm.
I need to put another action in there? Is there something I can do without having to remap both points to that?
You can certainly, you can add an action.
Below.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So
After.
So we want to show. There's multiple ways to do this. Just so you know, the reason he's doing this is because in the page itself, what he's basically mapping several different conditions at once to show basically the validation result for all of them at one time. So that's why you have all of these at once. Now it would have been easy enough to just remove this, show a feedback message or something from here, and then simply just end it and do nothing further. There's a lot of abilities, a lot of flexibility. This is what you're seeing is actually just an established pattern for maximizing the performance of the page. So multiple sort of AJAX refreshes, in this case for the booking edit, and checking whether that booking edit is valid. I'm not sure I answered your question, but go ahead and ask me any follow-ups you like.
So, okay, so let's go back to this case here. So let's say there's something we need to do in both cases of the true and false that needs to happen before the next one, which is the booking edit record, the booking data is less than.
Oh, I see, okay.
Like
so instead of maybe showing feedback message regardless, and simply having that message pop up whether it's true or false?
Right, and so instead of having to remap, because let's say I have 5 different things coming into that point, do I have to remap all 5 or 4 of them? Or is there a way that I can drop it and it says, okay, I'm going to use this in replacement of the booking edit record, booking adults less than 0 for the endpoint for all those logic trees. Am I making sense?
Hey guys, I'm back. Can you hear me?
Yes. I was worried
Right,
for a minute.
Yeah, no, sorry. I think WebEx, either WebEx disconnected me or this Polycom did. So sorry about that. So Alex, let's continue our discussion. I want to make sure I understand. Instead of, or what do you, I guess I'm having a hard time understanding what you're trying to accomplish.
So
you're
you added the action, when you added the last action, like execute action 1, you know how you had to move the arrow from the assign to it instead of from, yes. Is there a way that I can drop that in so that I don't have to assign it? Obviously in this case it's minimal effort, but like let's say I have like 6 or 7 different paths that come down to one point, and it's like I need to add an action to happen before this conditional gets executed, and it happens in all cases. Is there a way I can drop it in there without having to remap all of those, or do I just need to remap all of them?
I think you're going to have to remap all of them. I can't think of a scenario where you would have it remap invisibly without actually adding that. I will say that if you have a common method that's being reused across all scenarios, then you will add your reusable action. So there would probably be some refactoring that would need to be done, but that's not really answering your question. What I will say is most likely you would end up remapping, dragging and dropping the arrow, as you can see, like what I've just done. Now, I can't think of a scenario where you wouldn't. I would say that within assignments like what you see, there is the ability to make function calls, like what you see here, as well as add your own function calls. So you could quite possibly make function calls within the assignment shape as well. But again, that's kind of a hack. It's not best practice. Generally, there's executing an action, even an action that is fairly universal. There's good practice for having it visible, forcing developers to enumerate through the actions that are being called. Now, there's certainly also good practice or good argument to be had for making sure everything is done as efficiently as possible. So we have to consider that as we refactor our code.
Okay. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I was just curious because, like, it kind of led into the next question of, can I drop an action and it replace, like, if we took the execute action and dropped it on top of the next booking conditional, could I replace that so that I don't have to redraw my logic tree around it? Or, but I think it's the same answer, right?
Yeah, it is the same answer.
Okay, yeah. Well, and like in that case, it makes sense. Cause, well, I guess maybe not. But like, I could see why you wouldn't be able to drop it on conditional because you've got apply logic in there that you can't replace with an execute action. But like, could I drop the execute action on like the aside?
No, but again, that's actually, you just disconnect this guy. You put them next to each other, then it generally will switch the arrow for you.
Okay. All right, cool.
Excellent. How are things going on your end?
I am just doing the exercise 3. I got distracted by thinking about this question in a larger context, but I'm almost done.
No problem.
Yeah, I can go for one of those two.
Guys, I'm running out for one more cup of coffee. I'll be back in 5 minutes.
Yeah, this is Kevin.
Hey, Kevin.
So I'm having a little trouble with the server-side validations. When I click the button, at least through the debugger, it appears to go through each of my validations and assign the appropriate values. But we only see the generic feedback message, like the please review the data. We don't see any associated with it.
Oh, right, yeah. This your e-space here? Bookings, Kalu? I'm guessing that is, yeah. Let me open that up. Are you firing validations from this button?
Yes.
Okay. Let's see. Let's do one thing here. Now, the reason you're not seeing those messages is because you are using an AJAX submit method as the method for the button. And what you want to, everything else is correct. Only thing you need at this point, in addition to this feedback message, would be, let's just do this. Let me move this down here. Add an AJAX refresh for the booking edit.
Okay.
And that should fix your problem.
Okay.
I won't
that makes
publish.
sense.
You go ahead and do it, and let me know if that works.
Okay. Okay. There we go. Okay, thanks.
No problems?
Nope.
Okay, great. Hey, Tori, are you there? At least for the rest of the day, until the 406, go ahead and work on this, and then tomorrow morning, go back to the regular assignments,
Yeah.
and the same pattern will apply. When we get to a certain point tomorrow, then you go back to this.
Cool.
And so on.
Sounds good.
Until this is finished, and then when you're done with this, I'll give you something else to do.
All right.
Give me a shot when you're trying to iterate as much as possible.
Yeah.
So that it's going to be consuming your stuff, so we can't wait too long before we publish.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, working on that.
No problem. I'm not trying to push you. I just,
Okay.
if you get at least one service running, then push it out there
Mm-hmm.
so that we can have it ready to go.
Yeah, all right. I'm just doing some validations on rooms right now.
No problem. Hey, Tori, I have a little bit of bandwidth now. We can maybe talk about some of the question you had about some more use cases for roles and permissions. Is that okay?
Sorry, was that for me or sorry?
No, I was trying to reach out to Tori.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
Yeah, I can hear you now. Oh, okay, great. The question that you had earlier, just wanted to revisit that, just to make sure I understand it well as just to have a quick discussion about it. Is now a good time to do that? Okay, great. Typically, there's two types of security that OutSystems offers, which is that role-based security that we were talking about earlier, which is utilizing roles and groups. And then there's also row level security, like ROW. And so what I've done is I've added an example for row level security, which is actually in the data itself. Just by passing in a user ID with that session passed in as a parameter, I'm basically joining to a particular table to restrict the data that's coming in so that only the data that that person has created, or in this case, the data structure being set up has a user entered by attribute. So in this case, that's what I think of as the row level security for data being queried and pulled back. I think in your case, you're looking at something that's also a little bit more on the role level, like showing or hiding components or pages or something based on the roles. And as you already know, we have the capability of restricting roles to a page, but we also have the ability of restricting roles to specific components of pages as well. For instance, if I want to just hide a link or hide maybe this stuff here and just close this in a condition, I can set that condition to check against that role. Let's set this to admin. And the next person who comes to this page who does not have that role will obviously have that link not show. Now there's, obviously there's more capabilities here. I think in addition to this, I think you're interested in, you might have a lot of roles as well as a lot of users, in which case you'll probably use groups. And as you add groups, you'll add roles to the group, and then you can add a user to the group instead of having to add them manually to multiple roles. So in this case, basically because of that capability, it will make life a lot easier when you are doing that role check. That makes sense so far, Tor? Right. In addition to that, the roles also allow for programmatic granting and revoking of access. So we don't necessarily have to go into this user's app to grant access or remove access for that particular role for some user. We can do that here within the application itself programmatically. I took a note as well about a couple of notes. First of all, the data level permissions that I mentioned here for maybe restricting access based on a user being logged in. Is that the kind of thing you were looking at possibly doing with your apps? So is there some join going back to the user within that record viewer, perhaps? Right. Mm-hmm. Okay. Got it. That makes sense. Yeah. Understood. Understood. That I guess that does make sense. Just if you have that many exceptions, it probably makes sense to put it in the data. You definitely don't want to do that. I mean, putting that many roles in, it would kill you in multiple ways too. If you have more than like 100 rows in, 100 roles in an space, or it's really going to become much more difficult to manage. But you guys do stuff with groups as well? Oh, based on physical. Mm-hmm. We would probably use a different group for that. Now, we might um, we might even put it in the data itself. To be quite honest, it might go into the as a new location entity, if you will, with location identifiers to match against. In which case, we're following the same exact pattern that you guys are. Excuse me. Let's show you something else. What let's show? I would probably add the location in. If I'm not mistaken, the existing structure doesn't really support locations. Potentially, if you add an entity, for instance, if you add an entity like location, you could extend the users to talk to this location. You would not be able to add any attributes to the user entity itself, but you could simply create a user and user extended entity. In which case, the identifier would be the same data type as the user ID. Then that new attribute, you'd have the location ID as well within that. And it becomes, again, it's not the most elegant of solutions, but it does sound like your problem is fairly complex, especially if you're having to map people with different locations to different types of data. Then you probably want to put those business rules in your data as well. So did that help with your question, or do you have any follow-ups? Now, do you think that that's something you could abstract into a service or an action or a web service in order to simply make it at one place where you can reuse everything? Yeah, I agree that that would be very frustrating for me as well.
When we did it. Yeah.
So locations in the
I mean,
database.
we had like an SMS carrier, because we had to send out text messages through the site, and we want to store that on per user. Like, so we use a user profile, but essentially the same idea as user extended here.
Got it. Yeah, if you can't add attributes to the user or anything. Now, I'm just curious, have you considered multi-tenancy? Yeah, no, agreed. If there are exceptions, then you can't use multi-tenancy. Right. So if you'll permit me, there's one of the things that this is a little bit of a left turn I want to make you aware of. This query that you have within this preparation, one of the features that Outsystems adds for you, and this is not a sales pitch, so you'll understand where I'm going in a moment. One of the features that it adds is sort of this sort of enhanced querying capability to limit the records, limit the number of attributes selected based on the usage of the page. Right? So if you only have 4 attributes and say there were only 50 records being selected, then the query here is going to restrict it to 50 records initially and only select 4 attributes. Now, the reason I'm telling you that is if you were to abstract and pull your data querying into some reusable action, that querying optimization, as we call it, will no longer apply, simply because it's reusable, and the platform then has no idea how that's being selected. So just want to make you aware of that. It is kind of a pain to add the query every single time, but there is a performance boost to doing that. So there, you have options, sort of maybe the best of the evils. You know, the idea of having a performance boost with the querying, you know, the joins for each of the pages and the page load events, maybe that doesn't, maybe that's not enough of a pro or not enough of a reason to not migrate the data and refactor your database calls into something that's more generic. So want to try to make you as aware of your options as possible. Now, Tori, one other question. All this data that you are selecting from, are these going to be OutSystems tables, or are you integrating with an external database? They are OutSystems tables. So you'll be migrating data? Got it. Okay. Yeah, I wouldn't know which way to recommend as far as which way would be the best approach without actually being able to look at your system. Do you guys have? Go ahead. Let me actually do one better. I'm going to reach out to one of our experts who does technical assurances quite a bit. A lot of expert services. Not Madeira. There's another guy I was going to talk to. Why are you guys sick of Andre yet? Yes.
By the way, step one's up there.
Step one. Would you, Tori? Would you mind sending me a really short email so that I can forward it? And I promise I won't include Andre in my email that I forward. Yeah, a short description would be great, especially the business problem would be helpful. I want to have a quick discussion with a couple of, especially one guy in particular who helps me a lot when I have very complex questions. where's your?
Still bookings. Just
That's fine.
Hey, Isaac, it's Alex.
Hey, Alex, hang on one sec, okay?
Okay.
Break it out into a different, blank space module.
okay.
So that way we can have the different ones that we can just reference. I don't want your space getting custom configured. I want a completely different component.
Okay. Sure.
The way you do it, just add a new blank one.
Okay.
That way it won't generate all the web pages because we don't need any web pages for it.
Got
Just
it.
need them. Let me know when you get that. Sorry, Alex, you there?
Yeah. No worries. Two quick things. One thing, I just sent you some more details on that issue I was having. I sent you like the step recorder and some screenshots and everything.
Oh, that's perfect. Thank you.
The other thing is, I think Kevin and I are going to have to drop off at 4 for a little bit because we have a team call we have to participate in.
That's fine. It actually works better if both of you are off at the same time. And then when you both rejoin, then we'll talk about what you guys are going to be doing as far as the extra challenge. Okay?
Well, we can talk about the extra challenge now because that's in an hour. I should have said that Central Time. Sorry.
Oh yeah, that's right. I'd forgotten. All right, thank you for letting me know. So okay, this is perfect time then. Kevin, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, you guys, looks like you were just about finished with assignment 3, which is good. So that this will basically be your stopping point for the day for the standard boot camp assignments. So when you're finished with assignment 3, Kevin, the finalizing the process, saving the booking, and all that. What I'm going to have you guys do is create a web service layer. So one of you will be creating the web services, and one of you will be creating the eSpace to consume the web services. So you guys get to decide who takes on which role.
Okay, cool.
So the idea is the same data. In this case, it's these are two entities to start with. The guest entity and the room entity that you've already created. You're going to create a new, one of you guys will create a new blank eSpace. This is a completely blank module. Hey guys, hey Kevin, can you go ahead and mute? I think your typing is making a lot of noise.
Oh, sorry about that.
No problem. In fact, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a picture of the requirements I've already drawn out and email that picture to you so you have an idea of what I'm asking you to do. But essentially, you're going to create, one of you will be creating a web service API to access and change the data. And the other person will be writing the eSpace that calls and tests those web services. So it is kind of a two-man job. It's going to require you both to interact with one another quite a bit. Your eSpace, your web services, will be basically doing the full CRUD access for guest and for room entities. In addition to that, there's going to be a token that will be secured for organization. So there's going to be some a little bit of new requirement that I'm alluding to that you guys will have to sort of spell out. All right, so there will be a token for each organization, and if the token is passed in correctly, if it is passed in correctly, excuse me, then the actions that the caller wants to make can be done. If it is not passed in correctly, or if it's passed in incorrectly, phrased better, then you need to return an error and specify what's wrong back to the caller. So that is essentially the gist of it. There's a little bit more, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to basically take a picture and email you the requirements. Okay, guys?
Sounds good.
So that's what you'll be working on the rest of the day, and then when we're back in tomorrow, then you can go ahead and continue the day 2 activities, and I will tell you what your stopping point is, and then we'll go back to this web service challenge. Okay?
Got it.
All right. Excellent. Excuse me. Hi, Sam, are you there?
I am.
Okay, great. How are you doing?
Doing good.
Are you still in chapter 3, or have you moved on?
Oh, I moved on. I'm at 4.
You are? Okay, perfect. Were you able to publish anything to the server? Are you able to connect to it?
Yeah. I thought maybe I did this incorrectly. Can you walk me through it? I thought that I just follow all the instructions per the video.
That's fine. In fact, let me point you in the right direction. You already have a server or Server Studio installed, like what you see here. See this little cloud button?
Okay, hold on a second. I have to toggle back and forth between different computers. Okay.
This will allow you to connect to the correct server. The server is this URL, bootcampfe1.outsystems.net. And the username should be your first initial concatenated with your last name, and the password should be Outsystems. Now let me confirm that as well. I have it's actually C with a C. Would you like me to change this to an S?
No, that's fine. C Primico is fine.
Okay.
So all the work that I've been doing, is it wasted if I didn't log into a specific server, like the one that you just showed me?
No, thankfully no. It's not wasted as long as you have it open. So make sure before you publish, just hit Control S to save that as an OML file onto your local drive somewhere where you'll remember.
Okay.
Hey, Isaac, this is Vinod. I have a small question whenever you have a minute.
Okay, give me just a moment, okay, Vinod?
Sure, no problem.
Thanks. Okay. So have you already saved your eSpace, Sam?
Okay, I went ahead and did a save as. Do I close it out and then log into that server that you showed me?
Actually, no, you don't have to. But if you just save it, I just want to make sure it is saved locally first.
Okay.
Anything.
Okay. So I saved it on local.
So go to this root tab you see right next to the black tab, and then click the cloud.
Okay, and you say?
The username will be C Primico. I think I pronounced that right. I apologize if I didn't. And the password is Outsystems, all lowercase.
And then the environment, you said that is what? That's the
Oh, I'm sorry. Yep. There it is.
boot camp. Now it's not one of the feature I can select. The boot camp dot.
No, you have to fill it in by hand.
Oh.
It will allow you. It doubles as a text box as well.
Is that bootcampfe1.outsystems.net?
That's correct.
Okay, saying that there's an error. Bootcamp. Let me double check my typo. B. Okay, it doesn't want that. And then the password is outsystem lowercase, right?
Correct.
Okay, I'm in.
You're in? Okay, great. Now, wherever you saved that space, when you come in here, drag and drop it over this window in Service Studio. Just make sure you're logged in right. You can see it at the bottom here, the login name, as well as the server you're logged into. And then drag and drop that space right on top of it, and it should just pop up for you, and then you should be able to publish.
Okay, it went directly to my purchase management. I don't see that application bootcamp, the one that you're showing in WebEx right now.
Mm-hmm. So you don't see. Do you happen to have two Service Studio windows open?
You're right.
Yeah, it happens.
Okay, that's cool. So the OML file that I say on my local drive, you said that just drag and drop into that page, right?
Yes, into this window on Service Studio.
Okay. Okay, when I drag it and I publish it, does it show on your side that I completed some of the module on module 4?
Hang on 1 second. Let's find out. Did the publish complete successfully?
Yes.
Yep, it is here. All right, can you now see it if you click, if you go back into your Room tab and you open up Independent Modules, can you see this Contact SP as well as your Purchase Management?
Oh, yes. Oh, okay.
So now you can open them from here and simply continue your work.
Oh, got it. Okay. All right. Thank you.
No problem. Glad I could help.
I'm a little bit behind.
You're fine. You're fine. Okay, Vinod, I'm sorry for the delay. Can I help you?
Yep, no problem. The issue I have is kind of strange. So I set up with that validation, as you can see, but when I try to run it, if I don't input any values and just hit, the check rooms, just run the search action, all I get is my default feedback message. I'm not getting those field level validation alerts, or rather, which says required field missing, right? I'm not getting those messages like I see on those demo videos.
Yes. You have one component missing.
Okay.
Your validation is in the check available rooms, it appears. Yep, that's right. Okay, so because you're using Ajax Submit,
Okay.
you have to refresh this edit records widget manually if the validation has failed.
Okay.
So here's what that means. If the booking edit.valid is false, that means your validation has failed.
Right.
If it's true, then you're good. You refresh the query and you refresh the room table widget on the page.
Right.
But if it's failed, you show a feedback message, but you also refresh the edit record widget so that all of these widgets can display their validation values.
Got it. Okay.
So these ones, you see that looking valid is false, you set this validation message for that particular widget.
Right.
By refreshing the entire booking edit, it refreshes everything inside of it.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. You're welcome.
think I've got step 1 there in its own environment. I got to be honest, I haven't used any web services with you guys before, so I'm kind of making this up as I go.
Good to hear. Well, I like to hear people saying I'm flexible. Let's check it out.
It's in the still in the bookings
Mm-hmm.
application. It's just a
It's a web services API.
correct.
Let's see. It is blank, as evidenced by no screen close or anything, which is exactly what we want.
Right.
We have 2 web services. You know what, this is okay, but let's do this. Add all of these into one
Just
major
one web service.
web service,
Okay.
at least for now. We could maybe branch it out more.
Got it.
Let's really quick take a look see. So delete room, get guest by ID, get guests. Alright. So we get guests. We're selecting guests. And then returning something. Okay, so we have an output parameter which is a record list of type guests. That's correct. Tell you what. By the way, you're not doing anything wrong. This is part of the environment. Go ahead. Yeah. Let's add the ability to search.
Okay.
Yes. Maybe let's look at that entity real quick.
Just as like an optional search parameter.
Yeah, there's only one problem. Right? These are different entities
Mm-hmm.
than this. What's in here?
Right. Okay.
So that's not it. That's not good.
Mm.
We want to be able to see the differences.
Right.
So how do we get these guest data and the room data in here?
I honestly don't know. Do you have to go through Integration Studio?
Oh.
The way I've been accessing
Okay.
the databases.
I'll give you a hint. Well, everything, just about everything you can imagine is publicly accessible if you know where to look.
Okay.
The entities that I'm talking about, you know, the public entities here.
Got it.
If I set this to public and read only is no, then publish, what I can then do, instead of using these guys,
It'll show up.
I can put the reference tool.
Right. Got it.
Show up there, you can reuse it.
Okay. Cool.
Give that a shot.
Thanks.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Alex, I forwarded your email onto some people smarter than myself. So I'm gonna wait on a response from them, and if they have any follow-ups, I'll let you know.
I think Alex is in a call, but I'll let him know.
Oh, he's in a call?
Yeah, but I'll let him know.
Okay. Kevin, did you also see my email that I sent to you and Alex?
Yes.
All right, have you guys decided who's going to take what role as far as who's going to write the web services and who's going to consume
Not
them?
yet.
Okay. Let me know when you guys make that decision.
All right. I think I got it now.
Let's see. Hey, it's better. Of course.
I didn't change that yet. It's just,
Actually, it changed it for you.
yeah, I know. I noticed that. They like had a bunch of errors and then poof, gone as soon as I updated the reference. I didn't combine them into a web service yet, is what I was saying.
Ah,
One web service, but
okay.
I just wanted to make sure that's,
Hey, honestly, that's a ticky-tack thing. It's not all that important. What is it you want to make sure is that they work, obviously.
right.
Hey, Isaac.
Yes, Kevin?
I was still on the phone, but I'll be doing the API part, and Alex will be doing the other part.
Okay. That actually works well because obviously he can come in after the fact and begin testing your services.
Mm-hmm.
Make sure you are using the same entities you created in your bookings eSpace.
Okay.
And you're going to create a new eSpace to render these web services. Okay?
Okay. New blank one, correct?
Correct. A new blank eSpace.
Okay.
And remember, this is intended to stretch you a little bit, so I expect that you'll have some questions now and again. So please don't hesitate to reach out. If you want to use the help, that's fine too, whatever works best for you.
Okay.
understand.
Hey guys, I'm gonna quickly, I'm not gonna derail you for long. Just want to give you an idea. When you do publish web services, it is rendering web services over SOAP. So it's, in this case, we're using the .NET version of the platform. So we'll generate an ASMX file or multiple ASMX files based on the how many web services you write. In this case, we've got one web service and a whole bunch of methods. Now, the result of this is an ASMX file with the signature for each of those. You're not going to be able to call any of them from the web service itself because it is secured. However, you will be able to see the WSDL representation of that data. Now that WSDL will allow you, because it's XSD type format, it will allow you to then consume your web services the same exact way. So I copy that and I add a web reference. You notice it's already done it for me. It will add the service calls. In this case, it doesn't really make a lot of sense, but it'll add the service calls as well as supporting data structures, room data as well as guest data, as a representation of the entities themselves. In this case, the booking API is what we're talking about as far as making calls to a web service. Just wanted to give you guys an idea of one of the Outsystems capabilities for rendering web services. And again, this is SOAP-based, but if you were interested in writing web services that are RESTful, we have a component that will convert them to RESTful-based services as well. If you were interested in calling RESTful services also, we have multiple ways to do that. Some of them are more complex. Some services are more complex than others and require you, because of error handling, to make the call using their C# or Java-based APIs, in which case you're going to use Integration Studio to do that. That was really all that I wanted to show you. So if you guys don't have any questions, please continue.
How are we passing all the booking parameters from the search screen to the booking screen? I mean, when I say search parameters, I mean all the check-in, check-out, all those values.
Is this Vinod? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You know, that is a great question. Now, the struggle here, and this is part of the challenge, is that it's not in the database yet.
Correct.
So it is possible to pass the entire record from one page to another. And you can set as that page, set as a parameter that page, an entire booking record. But if you'll permit me, I want to make a note for everybody's benefit. I've added a little bit of annotation on this page so that everybody can see it. The parameter for a query, a Outsystems based query, this search keyword or is search parameter property, please make note of that because it's very important that you understand what it does. Does everybody understand what the is search parameter will do for a parameter within a query?
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
So
that part, I understand. Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Vinod.
No, that part is clear, right? But if you actually go to the search screen where, let's say we did the search, we have a few results that showed up, and now you want to click on one of those records to go to the booking screen. The challenge I have is how are we copying this room number, the check-in, check-out date, and the number of adults into...
Yeah, no, of that I'm aware. But I'm sorry, I was actually doing this annotation before I heard the question. This is actually something I meant to tell everybody before you even asked. So yeah, I appreciate. I will help you with your question, I promise. But I do want to make, and again, this is very, very important. I want to stress that if you have something that is a search parameter and it is empty, then only the condition that has been added, in this case, this condition here for the search keyword that it's associated with, will be ignored. Okay? However, if I were to set this search parameter to no, then basically this will return back empty. It will basically not run the query. The query will return empty data set back to me. So if you expect that within your search or within a parameter, if you expect occasional empty values and you still need data, then use this isSearch parameter, set it to yes. Okay? That's really all I wanted to talk about with regards to that. So Vinod, thank you for being patient with me. Let me open up your eSpace really quick, okay?
Yeah, not a problem at all, sure.
Okay.
So my question is now, if you go into, let's say, the list screen where I do the search,
Well, it's not this page, right?
Yeah, exactly. So let's say I hit the check rooms, I get a couple of results, and then I hit book on one of the results. How are we copying? How exactly do we copy, let's say, that room, the check-in, check-out date, the adults and the children count into?
Yeah. That is a challenge, and like you said, the biggest challenge is it's not already in the database. There's a reason for this. If I were to create a page, which would be a new, the actual confirm page, like booking confirm or booking create.
Right.
I could do one of several things. I could have input parameter for the check-in date, right? The checkout date, number of adults, number of children, room ID. I could do all of that.
Right.
And I think you've already thought about that. But it's highly inefficient, right?
Okay.
So it's kind of a pain. what may be better is instead of that, maybe add an entire booking record
Right.
as a parameter.
Okay.
And of course, you might also need the room ID.
Yep.
And now, how do we pass this data into this new page? Well, if I were to book a room, then maybe let's just add a new column, empty column here.
Right.
Just call it book. Then if I were to try to navigate to that page and set the destination to be the new page, let's connect to it. Destination. Now, notice that we now have these two parameters for booking and room ID. The room ID is easy enough. We just select it from the list. However, the booking is a little bit more of a challenge, right? Because we're going to select from that booking record in the edit record widget.
Right.
Except for one problem. It's telling me that I can't do that with the method property set to navigate. Now, the reason why is because the navigate is essentially a response.redirect. However, there is another way to pass that data, and it's basically a form submission, which is essentially a submit here, similar to a server transfer in .NET.
Okay.
Now what this does, instead of passing the data into the query string, which is what a navigate will do, it will basically submit the entire form to the page that makes this data now accessible.
Got it. Okay.
So now in this page, if we were to do a show record and display the booking data, oh, I'm sorry, I got the wrong one. Show record. And then display the booking data, drop the booking data right into the show record.
Right.
Now our source record is no longer a query. Our source record will be that parameter,
Yep. Okay.
that booking data.
Right. Okay.
And then, of course, we still need the room data, and we don't have the guest information yet.
Right.
So the room information, we probably don't need this either. That room data would then come from this room ID. So we would still need to do a query for the room. And then from there, we can simply essentially display that room data. We could even do a query for the room, right? Or basically do a call to get room based on the room. We could do this call as well. We want to just pass in an ID.
Right. Okay.
Get room, etc. And then just pass in the identifier here. I think if you're going to utilize it in more than one place, then you probably just want to have it come from the preparation.
Right. Okay.
So I won't publish this, but does that help?
It does. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Tudor, the issue you're having with not being able to get the bookings to the this booking edit page is the booking does not yet exist in the database. So this, having this ID there won't be appropriate. What you can do instead, I'll remove this, is add the entire booking. So it's being passed in as a record, but it's not in the database. It's actually in memory. Now, in order to do this, of course, we have to change this so we no longer pass in a book ID, but we will pass in, I meant to do this as a parameter, not a variable. So add input parameter. You can call it booking or booking record. The result will be the same. That is, the definition is data type record of booking. And when we pass that, we need to pass that in as a record here. So I will simply get the booking record. And we'll do a redirect as a submit in this case. So we'll make sure we submit, do a form submit of all the data from this form over to this form. Now, in that way, what you need to do here is you no longer do a booking by ID. You'll get the room by its ID. And then here, the data source for this show record widget, instead of being a query, it will be this booking record. And with this. And that will fix this. You just need to set the room to be the result of that room query. So we can just do that really quickly, just simply by get room by ID, room.room. And then from there, when you do your save, you don't have to use Ajax, you can just use a submit, simply because from the point where you save, right, you're going to do a redirect. And in this case, there's really no validation being done. So you don't even need, you really don't need this. I mean, you can, you do a submit here. You don't have to use the refresh because it'll refresh the entire page. Okay, so finally, a couple of other things need to be done. You need to create your guest, which is right. This actually is in the wrong place. We need to set the returned guest ID to the booking. In this case, our source is still this same booking record that we will use. In that booking record, we will assign the guest ID from the created guest. So this will be this create guest method here, which will return the guest ID back to you. There's a few others that you'll need to assign. In addition to the guest ID, you'll also need to assign the room ID. And where is that coming from? Well, that's just a parameter on the page that we're already passing in. And then, in addition, we also need to pass in the status ID. So the status ID will be a status of booked. Once it's complete, you should be able to create the booking and then redirect back to the page. Make sense? Okay, good question. The local variable is only within the scope of the page itself. In other words, it can't be passed from some other page. So let's remove this. You won't need this any longer. Put this in quotes. The parameter that's coming in, basically in this case, we have two parameters, is booking record and room ID. Both are mandatory. In other words, any other page redirecting to this page must pass in, must supply these two parameters. Otherwise, it will throw an error. Make sense, guys? I have not yet published this. Let me know. Go ahead and work on it for a few minutes yourselves, and if you still struggle, if you're still struggling in about 10 minutes, let me know and I'll just publish this change. It should work. Guys, I'll be back momentarily. All right, so Sudhakar, sorry, were you guys able to figure it out?
Hello.
Hello?
Yeah, this is Sudhakar.
So there's still something you said you're missing.
Yeah, still I am some mistake are there. That's why the page is not opening right now.
This one?
Yeah.
Okay. So you get to this point, you click the book button,
Hmm.
it will redirect us to this booking edit. And you're saying this page will not load?
No, this page is not loaded. After click on book, the error will be there.
What's that? You're seeing an error?
There was an error processing your request. Please try again later. That is the error.
Okay, let me. Well, link. Out of curiosity, do you need this parameter here for the booking new page? I don't think you need that for starters.
Okay.
Okay, let's also. Okay. All right, I'll go ahead and publish this, and let's see what happens. Okay.
Okay.
Don't need that. Okay, so we have some other problems. These links are not in the menu. So we want to make sure these links are added to this menu in the web menu web block. You have them in the wrong locations. So let's just fix some of this as well. All right, so this menu is a common menu. If you drag it inside the menu, it should create the link for us. Oh, that's quite interesting. That's looking new. All right, let's undo this. What's going on there? There appears to be some issue with your pages. Doesn't seem to be adding menu items like it should be. I wonder if there's the same issue as here. Oh, it seems to be working fine with this one.
Isaac, do you think you'll be able to handle a question while you're doing that, or?
This might take a little bit longer. What's your question?
So, in order to actually save the booking, we are also first saving the guest, right? So obviously, I'm assuming the save operation is first going to insert the guest, grab the guest ID, and use that to insert it into the booking.
Correct.
And I'm just trying to figure out how do I capture the written ID that is coming back and use that for the, how should I say, for the booking insert.
Right. Do something really quick. Did you notice that within this creator update guest or any creator update
Yep. And
that the return parameter is ID?
Yep.
Now the reason why that's important is because then you can take the ID, like the guest ID, assign it from that creator update guest, that ID, assign it back to that booking record. And that would be before you do the creator update for the booking.
Got it. Okay. Okay. That's it. Thanks.
No problem. I'm not sure. Sudhakar, are you still on?
Yes.
Your eSpace has got some problems. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to remove it and create a clone of Sunil's eSpace so that you can just work on that. Be careful working in the menus and the headers because if you remove them, then adding them back could become a problem. I mean, not necessarily a major issue here, but what we want to see in a page is to be able to just have a common menu
Okay.
like this, and this is coming from this menu web block. And in some of the pages, you probably didn't realize you had done this, but you had been removing the menu as well as the header, these are within web blocks here for a reason, so that it can be commonly used across multiple pages. So I think you created some problems for yourself. So what I would recommend, I'm going to clone this. And rename this so that it is for you. This is for you, Sukar. And then I'm going to publish this guy and give you access to it. And this one has some issues. Give me a moment. right, so Sudhakar, you should now see an e-space called Booking Sudhakar, and there's a new application as well that is named appropriately.
Yes, I got it.
Is Booking Sudhakar?
Yeah.
Right, you should use that when you now have access to it. You should be able to use that and continue rolling forward. Guys, we're running out of time here in the Atlanta office. Anybody who wants to keep working is certainly welcome to, but I understand if you guys on the West Coast would like to take a break on it since you've been at it since 6 o'clock this morning. So let us take a moment to do a retrospective for the work that's been done for the day. So what I'd like to know is basically all right, just a quick screen glance, guys. If you could tell me, we'll just go around the room, something that worked for you, something that we did that did not work for you, or is there something that we can do to improve? So if you guys don't mind, let's go around the room really quick. Jason, since you're here, go ahead.
All right. Something worked for me. I really did like how you tailored the assignments based on our experience with Outsystems.
Because you're able to get ahead, you're able to do a little bit more.
Right, and it's not essentially, you're not bound to any specific program. You just kind of it's adaptable like that. So
Got it.
that worked for me.
Anything that didn't work?
This web service.
Web service is not working.
Yeah, no, but
Right,
nothing standing out for me
okay.
in terms of the curriculum.
Just so everybody knows, you will have a chance to give us even more feedback on our web page that I'll give you guys at the end of the week. So we do value your feedback, just so you know. Alex, anything that did work for you, or anything that did not work for you? Alex, you there? It looks like he's not on the phone. I guess he's still out in his meeting. Kevin, what about you? All right, we will come back to Kevin. All right, Tori, what about you? All right, Tori. Tori, can you hear me?
Yes, it is. I can hear.
Okay, there you are. Anything that worked for you today? Anything that did not work, and is there anything that we can do better?
Yeah, so far so good.
Okay. All right, thank you. How about Vinod?
Yeah. No, so far so good. I don't have.
Oh, that was you, Vinod. I'm sorry. I thought I was speaking with Tori. I apologize.
No problem.
All right. Sunil, Sudhakar, what about you guys?
Yeah, I'm typing in the chat box. Here the voice is not that much clear, so I'm typing in the chat box. You can see there. Hello.
Okay.
I'm typing in the chat box. You can see there.
Okay. Yeah, I see. I see some. Yeah, some chats coming in. That's great. That's helpful. And just so you know, throughout the week, we will be moving fast, but we will still have time to work on the basics. And if you are still stuck tomorrow morning, then we'll do everything we can to get you guys on.
Yeah, it is helpful for us. Is there any documentation for the complete systems so that we can go through the documentation, we can understand the concept easily?
Agreed. And have you tried the help file, hitting F1 within Outsystems Service Studio?
Yeah, I tried to use, but yeah, it's good. Is there any other documentation?
Most of the documentation will be within the community itself.
Okay, the Service Studio help. That is the documentation for the system.
Yeah, there's extensive documentation right within the Service Studio help. But there's a lot of also some more advanced things within the, let me show you this. Within the Learn tab, there's a lot of documentation already here. Within the outsystems.com/academy.
Okay.
Okay? All right. Sam, do you have any feedback for me at this time?
No, unfortunately, it's not at your end. It's on my end. I received this notice. It was like on Friday afternoon. Unfortunately, I didn't have the opportunity to do a lot of the pre-work, so I'm very behind. But so far, based on the video that I've seen, it's been a great help.
All right, and keep in mind that I'm not trying to push you beyond your capacity to learn at this time, and obviously because you basically got a late start, and it's totally understandable. I still have high confidence that you'll pick up a lot of what is intended for this boot camp. But again, if you get stuck for any longer than 5 to 10 minutes, please don't hesitate to reach out. I'm more than happy to help.
Okay. I just have a quick question on your the Visual Development Bootcamp, that dashboard. How do I go about getting each of those modules updated?
Within this dashboard, each of these has a little drop-down box. You can just say started, done, or blocked.
Oh, okay. Okay. I thought it was some sort of automated system once we're done.
No.
Okay, never mind. I was just wondering how come mine doesn't show green.
Exactly. So if you click done here, it will change to green.
Okay. All right. I was having a complex. All right. Thanks.
I'm glad to help there. So guys, we are just about out of time here again, and where we are renting the room, we cannot stay beyond 6 o'clock. But that doesn't mean that if you want to continue working, you're welcome to continue, and any questions, you can call me or send me an email, and I'm more than happy to respond. But again, please get some rest this evening. We have 4 more days of this type of activity. Okay?
Thank you very much.
All right, thanks, guys. Alex, Kevin, you guys there?
She's gone to their call.
I guess they went to their call, yeah. All right, Tori, are you there? All right, we'll go ahead and sign off. Again, anybody who needs anything, please send me an email or call my cell. All right, take care, everybody. I will speak to you tomorrow at 9 Eastern.
Thanks.
All right, bye-bye.
Man, I gotta stop looking at a screen. A little bit of a loose connection.